Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody has had a fantastic day. And can you believe it? We are through another week into November. So we are at the halfway point of November. We are getting closer to the end of the year, too. Isn't that crazy? It just seems like we were just, I don't know, in June or something. It seems like the days just have flown by. I really hope that everyone has had a chance to get outside this week and see the northern lights because most of the United States has been able to see them unless you have cloud cover. The northern states you can see it with the naked eye. Mid states, some of the mid states can see it with the naked eye, or they had a haze, and all you have to do is take your camera and set it to night shooting, and you can actually take pictures. Even though you can't see the colors with your naked eye, your camera can pick them up. And the southern states probably had all haze, so again, should have been able to use your camera to see the northern lights. So I hope everybody's been able to see that. That was an extraordinary CME that happened this week. Scientists are talking about there's probably going to be another one, a big one, because apparently the sun has highs and lows of how it evolves. And this was the year, last year and this year has been the 2 years of where it's at its height of doing different things. So y'all should keep an eye out on the science, find a science page you like watching, because one like National Ocean and Aeronautics, they tend to follow it. NASA does too. There's all kinds of websites out there where you can follow when they're talking about the sun and when it's going to eject CMEs, because it's very interesting. So let me slide on over here and say hello to everyone in the chat. Hi, Denise, you were first in the channel. Hello, Robin, you were second. It's good to see you all. I hope y'all are doing good. Hello, Linda, welcome, welcome. Hi, Jaja, I hope you've had a good day. Well, that's all we have in here. Oh, and hi, Janet, welcome, welcome. So let's see what the temperature is in here in Greenland. Good old Greenland. Let's ask the bot. Robin says it's sunny and 76 degrees in Florida. And according to my laptop, it says it's 39. Let's see what the bot says. The bot says it's 37. The wind is blowing from the east-northeast at 5 miles an hour, and the current humidity is 78%, and we still have no snow. None. The lake is still free. It's a very strange November. Here we are halfway through November and not a thing. Not even rain, which is kind of scary. Usually if we don't get snow, we get rain. Okay, so today what I'm going to do is we're going to be working on the 1000 block number 22. And I managed to get all of it cut except these two pieces. So probably near about the halfway point, I'll go ahead and cut this. There's not much cutting I got to do. But I'm going to put these two colors together because I think they'll look really cool. And it's weird that the camera doesn't even do it justice because there's like dots in that. See that? Anyway, so that'll get cut after the fact. Okay, I'll show you the other colors here directly. Okay, so this block is called Northern Flair. The thing about this block is it's a little bit it's not hard to sew, but it's complicated in that if you're not paying attention to, and you're probably going to see me screw up by turning something in the wrong direction. Mostly we are working with, hold on a minute, I can actually maybe even show you. I was drawing a picture so I can get a feel for the block. Okay, so what you can see here is we're mostly working with rectangles, stitch and flips, and we have 4 half triangles, and then we have 1 square. I mean, there's lots of squares in here, but what I'm pointing out is that's all there is to this block to make it look like that. So let me show you what I am going to use for colors. I'm going to do it in an interesting way. Okay, so on two corners, hang on a second. So you see how you have what looks like a blossom here on two corners? I'm gonna do opposites here. So there'll be an orange, red and red, or it's a type of red. And then I'm going to use yellow here for the points. And I'm using the usual white on the outside that I've been using on some of my blocks. But on the inside, instead of using that same background, I'm going to use this really pale turquoise for the inside. So it should have an interesting effect. And so we'll be doing the inside with that. And the very center, I fussy cut myself one of these for the middle. That's what I'm going to use in the middle. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to do this a little bit of time so that you can follow along. And let me put the book back up here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start out and we're going to make these first. And we have to make 4 of these units. And then we'll slide over here to this unit. Now, when you're looking at this, you're thinking, how do you do that? And when you're looking at here, you're thinking this is part of the triangle. Actually, there's a smaller triangle here, and you're going to be attaching this unit to this unit, and then you're going to trim off that side piece. And then you're going to sew this like you're doing flying geese. So what we're going to get done first is the outer perimeter, and then we're going to work our way into the inside, because I still need to cut these unit 1 and unit 5 here. I just need to cut the color. That's it. I've already got the stitch and flip part cut. And then we can probably try to get this block put together today. If not, I will carry it on into tomorrow night like I did last week. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So I need to put this book where I can see it. And first, what I want to first do here is I'm going to start with these corner units. And I'm just going to go ahead and lay them out here where you can see them. I'm going to well, yeah, let's do it like this. So you can see what this is going to look like. Yellow here. And the stitch and flip's going to go up here. And then we're going to put this up here. And then this is just regular squares is going to go on this one. And that's the 2 red ones. Then I'll do the same thing with the orange. And I'll answer y'all's questions in just a minute. I'm just getting these laid out because this is what we're going to work on first. And we have a stitch and flip here, a stitch and flip here. Oh, and I forgot there's a stitch and flip here. Okay, so these 2 rectangles have stitch and flips on them. So this is what we're going to start out with first. Okay, let me see what's being said in the channel. Hi, Donnelly. I'm doing pretty good. Hey, Sylvia. Welcome, welcome. And I probably already said hi. I don't know. Hey, Robin and Noel. How you doing, Donnelly? Did you get that horse adopted you were going for? Hello, Feral Grandma. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Okay. For those of you who have channels, you can type exclamation selfie and the bot's and if you don't understand, the bot is going to show you how to share your channel. I've been feeling better. My pains are down to about a 4, so it's tolerable. Yes. And I've been pretty much keeping my Tridolin uses in check, so I'm not using a lot of it right now. I'm down to like I didn't take one last night, but now the night before I did because it was bugging me. But yeah, I'm doing fine right now. And Nikolai's going to be coming home. He gets off the boat on the 27th of November, and then he's 28, 29, 30. He'll probably be coming home the 30th, maybe, if the weather is good. All right. Take the space out of your selfie, feral grandma. And what's your first name? Okay, what I'm going to do first here is I want to sew these two little squares together here first because it'll keep me from getting confused, because when I first was laying this out, I was trying to lay it out wrong. And then we're going to do the stitch and flips, and I'll show you how to do a stitch and flip. And then we're going to just put this whole block together. Okay. All right, let's get started. How has everybody's day been? What you been doing today? There you go. Awesome. If y'all haven't been to her channel, hop on over there and have a look and subscribe to her channel. We were talking about, she said that she was getting ready to go deer hunting, because hunting starts in the United States, or has already started. Bow season has anyway. And we're already done with our reindeer hunting here. Donnell says, not yet. Found another one too. 100% Dutch harness. Beautiful. 16.2 hands. So many to think about. We have 60 right now at our rescue. I know you were talking about going and looking at a potential rescue horse. Of course, we haven't talked to each other in a while. Nora, stop. Which way did I turn those? That one's across. Which way is this one? So how's everybody been doing this week? Did you have a good week? And what are you planning to do for the weekend? Let me know what your plans are for the weekend. Okay, let's get these finger pressed. We need music. I noticed there's no music coming from Nikolai's desktop, so I'm wondering what's happened to that. Yes, Gaston, draft horse cross 19 hands. Boy, I bet that's a grocery bill all by itself. So I like to press my seam to open so that when I have to line things up, the seams will be flatter. That's the only reason I do it. Plus, it helps me make things line up better. I suppose you hear someone chortling over here. She's like, are you going to give me a FOOD or not? Stop, Nora. It's like I go live, and it's like she thinks I need to feed her every time I go live. Jaja says today and tomorrow just being cozy, staying inside and sewing since it's raining nonstop. Then Sunday I picked up a overtime half shift, nothing too wild. Oh, cool. Hey, extra money in your pocket's a good idea. And then the feral grandma says, I have a dental appointment next Tuesday. Then I can hunt. This weekend I get to scrub out the ice chest We hardly use them all year, so they get stale and musty. Yep, I understand that. I used to leave mine in a storage unit or storage shed and put a piece of wood in between the lid so that it could keep air flowing through them so they wouldn't get stale like that. Just a little crack. I guess I'm gonna have to feed her. I was so busy trying to get ready for this live, I forgot to do that. And it wasn't time to feed her at the time. Okay, so now to do stitch and flips, and I need a pencil. Let me see here. All right, let's sharpen a pencil. I keep losing pencils, and it's probably because I keep taking them somewhere else in the house after I've been using them. I keep telling myself I need to order me a battery-operated pencil sharpener, and I keep forgetting to order one. All right, I need a ruler. And what we're going to do is we need to, on the backs of these stitch and flips, these squares, we need to draw a diagonal line because we're going to turn them and then sew on the diagonal and flip over. And I'll show you how I'm doing that. So I hope everybody can see what I'm doing. I just take a ruler and line it corner to corner. Now, some people have that 1/4 inch seam tape on their sewing machine and they don't bother to draw the lines. Tiffany never draws lines, but I can never get mine angled right without, yeah, I need to draw lines. So that's why I draw lines. Can y'all hear Nora being persnickety? Miss Whiny Butt. Miss Whiny Butt. No, that's Nora making that noise, Mona. Hi, Mona. How are you doing? She wants me to give her something. And then she'll settle back down for a couple hours, and then she'll need to go outside and she'll let me know about that too. How you been doing, Mona? Mona, have you ever seen Nora? I'll put her up in my lap if you want to see her. Hey, you're gonna have to be, really? Come here, you. This is Nora. See that tail? So this is a black and red standard Dotson. Oh, she weighs 20 pounds. Ow, Nora. You're too wiggly. I can't hold you in my lap like that. I'll be right back. I'm sorry about that. Family first, meaning dogs too. Okay, my hands are wet. Hold on a minute. I need to dry my hands off because I had to wash my hands. Always wash your hands when you're handling raw meat for dogs. So she's in there crunching away on a raw chicken. Miss, all I think about is food. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I was drawing diagonal lines on these small squares for stitch and flips. So we'll go ahead and get that done, and then we'll get to sewing. Some more sewing. Just won't take a couple more minutes. Robin says Nora is training Katie. I don't know how she knows, but I always feed her I've always fed my dogs at night anyway. Because in Florida, during the summertime, it's so hot dogs don't want to eat. And I learned that I could feed them at night and they would be more apt to eat better. So I'd feed them around 7 o'clock at night. And so she's on that same kind of schedule. And I'm not saying that it's hot here. It's just a habit that I've always had with my dogs. Feed them at night. Especially when you're feeding with raw food. Less bugs to hang out and stuff. Donna Lee says mine is a registered cowboy corgi. Breed was made generations ago, mixed with blue heeler. That's why mine is a black tricolored corgi. So what is it? So it's called a cowboy. So is this registered with AKC or who? That's the first time I've even heard of that type of corgi. That's interesting. Yeah. And she knows I'm working on top of it. So she's like, Mom. Okay, so on these stitch and flips, we have to make sure that they are turned in the right direction on these blocks. Because if you don't, you're going to have a problem. So let's make sure I lay these out in the right direction by looking at the picture. Okay, so we're going to put them in this direction. Let me show you on this first block. And this is how we're going to lay it out right here. And all of them will be in that same direction. And then you're just going to sew them. I like to pin them in the corners where they can't move. Hey, Quintella, how are you? She says, Nora is cute. My family is full of Dachshunds. Grandparents on both sides have one. My brother has two, and my sister has one. Yeah, I really like the breed. I've always been a German Shepherd kind of girl. I had German Shepherds all of my life until about a year ago when we lost our last one. And I'm at an age now where having a working German Shepherd dog is too much because you have to give them a job. And I would, I've always given mine a job. And so they're just not meant to sit in the house and do absolutely nothing, because if you don't give them a job, then they get into mischief. And I only, I never had one climb a fence or jump over a fence. Coda never jumped over a fence in the whole time we lived here. And that little fence that's in our small garden is 3 feet tall. So he was more capable of jumping over it, but he never did. Not even when he saw a dog he wanted to go after. It was a good dog. So now it's just going to be Dachshunds from here on out. I was hoping to get another Dachshund when we lost Coda, kind of fill in the loss of him, because Nora really, really misses him. And we just haven't been able to do that. So I think I'm going to start looking and see what kind of bloodlines are in Canada. I hope I can find some decent bloodlines, that is. Because Nora comes from Russia and her bloodlines are working dog bloodlines, so she's not afraid of anything. They're a really good dog. Pain sometimes, but a good dog. Let's see. Mona says we have 2 rescues, a multi-poo, we think, and we have had them a little over a year, 8 and 6. And then Quintella says, I feed my Chihuahua early in the cool morning hours and late if he wants more, and anytime I eat, because he has to have that too. And Donnelly says, ooh, Mona, rescue, name of my game, true to my heart. We don't have a dog pound here, and I would not bring in a mixed breed dog from this town because they have the same father and brother and brother and brother and brother. No thanks. I don't want all the health problems. And besides, and yeah, because there was 2 male dogs in this town that was breeding the few females there is. And so when you see all these loose dogs running around, you know who fathered them. Nora, what are you doing, you little naughty girl? Where's your ball? Go find your ball. Go find your ball. Where's your ball? Where's your ball? I'm looking at this to make sure I turn these at the right direction. Okay. Any of the stray dogs we have here in town, and there's not usually that many, usually 2 or 3 of them. It's the law of nature. So the police department will come and dispatch them. And I know that sounds mean, but there is no money or infrastructure for a dog pound here. We don't even have a veterinarian. We had one come through here a month ago from Nuke, and so we took her to Nora to see her, and she says she's coming back in January, so we'll take her again so I can get her nails clipped again. We had a boxer and a dachshund growing up. I love that they like to burrow in blankets with you. Yeah. That is definitely one of the traits of a dachshund. Oh. I was raised with pit bulls, but I didn't raise my kids with them. Too much chance of something going wrong. And it's pit bulls are illegal here in Greenland. Any kind of bulldog's illegal here in Greenland. Denise says, hello, ladies. I fell asleep waiting for you to come on. So I missed your intro. Don't get much sleep with leg pain. Nope. I understand, Denise. But I was raised with them. My dad always had pits. And he used to call German Shepherds S dogs. And then when I got my first German Shepherd, you should have heard him. I have raised you to have pit bulls, not German Shepherds. German Shepherds are crap dogs. I'm like, go away. I said, that's just how very redneck of you. He used to go to dog fights, and I think that's why he thought that pit bulls were better than German Shepherds. He had one pit bull. No. Now get in your bed. Come on, bed. Bed. Go on. Get in your bed. Go. Get in your bed. Go on. Get in your bed. Okay. He had one pit bull. She had to be put in a cage where it was up off the ground where she had no way of getting out because she would kill everything in sight. He got her from somebody. I don't know who he got her from. And I'm like, my mom was like, why did you bring her home? The kids can't even pet her. Because she looked at you like she just wanted to eat you for dinner. And apparently she was a dog that was used in a dog ring. Oh, I need to change my foot. Okay, now that'll work better. Little dogs bite. Mine did when I first got them. I'll take big thoroughbreds. I like thoroughbred horses. They have such spirit. I don't think I've met a horse I didn't like. I'm just a horse person, period. Nora, stop. That one's going to be messy. I'm going to have to redo that one. It moved. So I'm working on the stitch and flips right now is what I'm doing. Well, we're going to come along with this. I think this, even though the picture looks a little challenging of the block, I think it's going to be a beautiful block. I mean, look how that last week's came out. I mean, oh, and I forgot to show you that the remake of that block too. I'll show it to you tonight after I'm done sewing this. because I remade that block from last week since we were having such trouble with it. I was having such trouble, and I figured out what I did wrong. It was all in how I read the directions, or lack of directions, that is. And now all you got to do is when you're doing these stitch and flips is when you get them sewn on that diagonal line, you come here and you fold it over to make sure everything lines up, which this does. And then what you can do is you take your ruler, and since these are so small, you just take it, a smaller ruler, and you take it and put it on your 1/4 inch seam of the right. See, these rulers have a 1/4 inch right here. I don't know if you can see that or not. Come on, camera, focus. So you see how it's shaded right here? That's a 1/4 inch seam. And you just lay that dotted dashed line right on your 1/4 inch seam and trim. And you have a little bit of wastage here because that I don't know. I might could sew that and make maybe I could make postage stamp size blocks with those. Maybe. Okay, so that's what we're going to do to all of them is we're going to trim all of them. And I think there's one I might have to re-sew because yeah, it's this one. I veered way off the line because it moved in the machine. So that one I've got to fix. No, that one's fine. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's verify all of them are right, and I need to get the pins out of them. Denise says Mona loved your new Christmas purse today. Mona's leaving? Have a good night, Mona. It happens all the time around here. Wait, what does? Donnelly says, Katie, you had beautiful racers, girl. You do know your ponies, laugh out loud. Yeah, they you need good sprinters for barrel racing. Wait, I missed a lot of conversation. Yeah, Jojo says, I hate people who do that awful animal rings. Makes me sad. Yeah, it makes me sad too. I don't know why my dad liked going to them. But at some point he stopped doing that. And then Mona says, when you get a dog from a hoarder house, you never know what they've been through. Yeah, that's exactly right. Pearl Grandma says, dogs like pizza. Everyone should know. Everyone should have exactly what they want. No one else's business except dogs need training. Yep. Yes, they do. Katie, you all right. And then Jaja says, oh my gosh, Mona, yesterday on the news they had took 50 or so cats from a lady who had them in a U-Haul trailer and her car. In a U-Haul trailer? Holy smokes. There's no air ventilation in a U-Haul. Wow. Peeling super glue off my fingers because Lego poinsettia didn't stay together. Uh-oh. I decided I want the other. Oh, this one needs fixing too. Oops. That one's wrong. So is I don't know if I want to leave that one that way or not. I might. undo that when I don't know. I'll leave it and see what happens when I go to put it together. That's what I'll do. All right, let me get them all done so that I can trim them. Okay, I have two I need to fix, but that's okay. Well, it won't take long to fix them. I just got to take them off and re-sew them. But I can trim these first. Put them over here. No. She's whiny. Probably gonna have to let her OUT soon. Because she just finished eating. Where's your ball at, Nora? Find your ball. Go look for your ball. I don't know what you did with it. It was over here. Okay, I'm going to take these. Well, first I'm going to fix these two that got a little weird. All right, where's my seam ripper? Those who harm magnet get caught in this life, but will meet the maker. All right. Kind of wondering if I cut something wrong on these two squares. Let me measure them. Let me see if the rectangle's wrong. Kind of looks wrong, but it's not. That's interesting. I don't know why it looks off. Okay, let's put this back on here. How's the weather everywhere in the world where everyone is at? Let me know. And also, what are your plans for work? What are you going to work on this weekend? What's your plans? What's your plans for the weekend? "89 degrees Fahrenheit," says Rita. Wow. Hey, did you make it to the store last night? Donnelly says, if anyone works any rescue knows how hard your emotions and heart first of all comes when you see them arrive is shameful. Yep. I knew someone who had a bunch of horses, and I don't know how in the heck she got away with half the time that the condition some of those mares was in, because she had a herd of mares, and every winter she struggled to feed them hay because she didn't have money. And I could never understand why she had 30 head of mares who dropped foals, who could barely feed milk, and she'd rip them off the mares within a couple months of them giving birth, which made the foals rather small because they didn't get their mother's milk long enough. But you couldn't, no one ever would say anything about her because she was a big person in town. She finally has given up all her horses though, so no more horse is starving half to death. But from what I hear, she's doing goats now. She's a nice person and all that. It's just I found it disturbing the way she took care of those horses. Because if you can't feed them, why do you have so many? Sometimes I thought it was like maybe it was a status thing for her. The more horses you have, the more rich you look. To me, you can own a horse and not ever be rich. I had horses and I definitely wasn't rich. And mine never looked like that. They always got food. Not a day went by that they didn't get food. Especially in the winter. Because winter can be harsh. In North Florida anyway. Because there'll be no grass on the ground during the winter months. Tony said we call those pasture decoration, grass belly and all. Well, she liked keeping them pregnant. She bred them every bloody year, so she had foals all over the place. And then she'd go to horse auctions to try to come home with more mares. I think she thought that there was money in selling foals, but people don't buy foals if they don't look if they look small. Hi, Teresa Louise. It's good to see you. Katie, are you doing a motor blocks? No, I'm working on my 1,000 block Quiltmaker block. That's what we're working on because I do this every Friday. Or it was every other Friday, but right now it's every Friday for November. Because I'm trying to catch up from not being able to do stuff in almost all of October due to pain. So I'm spending this time catching up. We're going to, because this is block number 22. Okay, and now I've got all these stitch and flips done. I'm going to go over to the iron and press them. No, I mean doing the motor blocks period. I'm going to play catch up on them in January, Rita. I'm probably on my 12-hour live. That's when I'll catch up on them. Okay, we got all those done. Let's start putting these blocks together. I gotta reset them up so you can see what they look like. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss something. So how about those fish decorations, said Rita. What fish decorations? Just sewed my last friendship book to our block together. Oh, that's good, Jaja. I can't wait to see your finished product. I hope you'll share them in the Greenland Quilter Facebook page. Uh, yeah, Donnelly is stunned at their growth. Yeah, because they didn't stay on the mayors long enough, and the mayors didn't get good nutrition during pregnancy. So there's that issue. Um, Teresa Louise says she just got up overnapped. Huh? That's okay. Hey, I sent you an email, by the way. Napping is good. Um, Rita says, I just finished sewing mine together, and then with some of the blocks, I've decided to make a wall hanging. Oh, I can't wait to see those. I look at these amazing blocks, and it just makes me so happy. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Dubravka, how are you? Uh, Feral Grandma says, I like the colors, but it's going to be hard to thread needles. I rescued one foal from her. Her name, you saw pictures of Luna. Luna was a small horse. When she reached adulthood, she wasn't a big horse. And she had the potential to be as big as her mother, but she wasn't because she got stunted. And then I rescued two colts. Um, I have a picture of Scamp, but I don't think I have a picture of the other one I rescued because I rescued them at the same time. But a friend of mine had come over to my house and she saw them. She's like, gosh, they're in bad shape. I said, yeah, they are. And I said, that's why I brought them home with me so that I could feed them and get weight back on them and get them on their feet good. And she says, I really like that one colt she was looking at. She named him Dusty. And I said, well, I'll give him to you, because she had horses too. And she had space for another young horse. And I said, I can give him to you if you want him. Because I didn't like Dusty was always fearful. I don't know why he was fearful, but he was. But Scamp, on the other hand, he was Mr. Lovey Dovey all the time, loving on you. And I asked her if she would be interested in him. She said she was, so she took him home with her. And he turned out to be a nice little roping horse. He was small, just like Scamp. And Scamp went to a farm in Live Oak that has 33 acres. And when they come and bought him, their daughter was 6 or 7, I think, and now she's an adult. So they got to grow up together, which is cool. I'm just making sure I have these in the right direction. Okay, let's start sewing these. First, we're going to sew this to the 2 squares. Oh, and I need to change my foot again. Yikes. Okay. And I'm going to chain sew while I'm doing this. So what I'm going to do is just sew these together and these together at the same time. Donnelly, supposedly my main barrel horse, Shotgun, he come from bloodlines from Secretariat. I saw his paperwork and it had Secretariat's bloodlines in them. So someone must have crossed their whatever horse they had that came from that bloodline with quarter horses. And that was probably why he had such a work ethic about him. He didn't play around. As soon as you put him in the chute, he was ready to do his job. When he was outside the arena, he was Mr. Kind and sweet and never hurt a flea. Turned out to be the best horse I had. he definitely helped me get over a lot of my fears when it came to the shoot, because I had fear about the shoot. Oh, I've had too many accidents in the shoot with previous horses that wouldn't stop. I don't even know if I have pictures of the two that would. One would just go ahead and crash into the rails. He didn't care, and I kind of understand why he did it, because he was I think he was a bulldogging horse. I think that's what they call that sport. And so there's no stop. You're supposed to race your horse out there as fast, hop off your horse and jump on a steer. So that horse would just never had a stop. He ran me into the arena rails more than once. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stop. What I was gonna do is just stop racing because I was tired of getting hurt. And my friends kept, that I was friends with at the arena, two of them took me off to the side and says, I think we have a horse for you. So why don't you go on out to Lisi's, or no, yeah, Lisi's. No, to the one friend's house. And when I went out there, she had shotgun in the pasture, and she says, "That's the horse I'm talking about." And she handed me a lead rope and a halter, and she says, "You can go and get him." I'm like, "But he don't know me. Just go get him. Let's see what happens." Because later she told me a story about him that was rather shocking, because she wanted to see what would happen between him and me. So I went out there, and he came right up to me, and I haltered him and brought him out. And she says, "Did you bring all your gear?" And I said, "Yes." And so she says, "Well, go ahead and saddle him up and everything." So I took the time to groom him. I spent about a half an hour, well, about 45 minutes grooming him and talking to him, and getting to know him a little bit. He was really, really quiet. I couldn't get over how quiet he was. And then when I got in the saddle, he was all Mr. Calm kind of guy. And she says, "Well, we're going to go over to the arena because you're going to work in the arena." And I'm like, "Okay." And when we got to the arena, she says, "Why are you just sitting there?" I said, "Is there a gate we can go through?" She says, "Woman, you're going through the chute. I know why you don't want to go through the chute. Just let the horse take you through the chute. You're not racing today, and he will calmly take you through there." And I'm like, "Are you sure?" And so we went through the chute, and I was shocked. He just walked through there like it was nothing. And I spent about 2 hours riding him in the arena. And before it was over with, we were walking, trotting. I was getting on and off of him, and he just was, and then I'd walk away from him and he would follow me. And she told me after I had done all that, she says, "That horse just hooked up to you." I said, "I know." And I really like him a lot. And I took him home with me. And we sailed through barrel rate, the club that I was a member of. I got where for 2 years in a row, I sat in second place with him. And if I hadn't have moved to Greenland, I would have won a saddle because I was sitting in first place. So he was a good horse. Let's see. Rita says, "I finished the okay." Donnelly says Florida is running out of land to develop. Well, that doesn't surprise me, unless someone can get the federal forest released. And I hope that doesn't happen, because that would be bad. That forest needs to stay like it is. These blocks are coming along. And then let me see. We had sick. You need to send me a copy of that paperwork. Geez, Dad was stormy just passed, was training on the track. I don't even, well, if I have the paperwork, but it's in Florida right now, I would have to wait till I got to the States. And then Donnelly says, "Katie, you know that horse read your emotions at least 10 feet before you ever got near him." Probably, because we we were best friends. Every now he was a hilarious horse sometimes because um he would when he they were every now and then, he would see me coming to get him, and he's like, I'm really not done eating. And he would stand way up at the top of the pasture, and I'd have to walk way up there to get his behind. And the rest of the time, if I whistled, he would just come running. But once in a while, he'd just stand up there and look at me. He called what they call co-eing. That's when they fall with a boundary, not overstepping you, and that's showing trust to you too. Yep. He was a trustworthy horse. My husband rode him, and Nicholas, are you sure that I can ride him after? Because he had seen how he is in the arena. I said, yeah, a newbie can ride him. Anybody can ride him. A young kid can ride him. That's how quiet he is. And when he got on the horse, he's like, wow, he's just chilling out. And he would have his ears twisted back, like, really? He always looked like he's like, why am I doing this today? But it was just him relaxed. Katie can look it up all from can look up, got all from sire to dams from secretary. Just need a name. I can't remember the name. Because it had his dam and sire on it. And he had been racing since he was a 3-year-old. But he was a liver chestnut, and he had a black mane and tail. And he had that long white streak going through the center of his face. These little bucks are coming together. Did Teresa leave? Wow, my YouTube is just now telling me that I went live. That's hilarious. Talk about sharing the link after the fact. It just came across my screen. Y'all are really quiet tonight. Someone else doing a live tonight at the same time? Donnelly says, Jeezy came out of Lordship Fleet. He only ran 3 races at the track. I was there with my horses, but Jeezy collapsed at the gate because he was too big. My goodness. I'm measuring to make my border, says Jaja. I think tonight's poll is a no-brainer. I gave y'all an easy one tonight. Donnelly, the other morning when it got so cold in North Florida, did you guys get cold? Where my daughter lives, it was 22 degrees that morning. Let me see what it is in Lake City today. Yep, it got down to 22 degrees Fahrenheit in Lake City, Florida the other morning, which is pretty normal for Lake City. Oh, there's 71 degrees. I wish you would tell us what the low is going to be. Donnelly says freezing down in the 40s, 3 nights of cold today. It was 84 here. And then Farrell says, I usually more in food channels and martial arts than sewing or quilting. Well, I have some video, Farrell Grandma, I have some videos that I have to do with Greenland. Yeah, you'll find some playlists that are exclusively videos of Greenland because I live here in Greenland and I've done a lot of sailing and stuff, so I make videos from all the sailing. And Dubrovka says it's 0 degrees Celsius here, which is 32. And right now it's still, oh, we're getting close to freezing. We're 1 degree above freezing now. All right. All right. So let's turn this around so you can see it. Oh, look. You know, I'm kind of wondering something about these blocks. You can always mix and match these blocks if you wanted to. And I'll show you what I mean in just a minute. You could take this red that I'm pressing right now. And look, you could do it like this if you wanted to. Now, would that look good like that? What do y'all think? Like this or like that? So look at the picture. Which one do you like? The one on the left better or the one on the right better? Let me know. Just put L for left, R for right. Yeah, I saw that, Donnelly. Which one do you like better? This one where it's just all red or this orange to red? Let's have some channel feedback. Jaja says right. She says she likes both of them though. Here, I'll pull out one of the orange ones so you can see all orange too, so you can get a hi Lisa. No, pastry is Liana. Ooh, bad. Sorry, Leanna. She says both are pretty. Donnelly says both. Robin Marie says both. Here, let me show you one with where it's just orange. Let me move these over a little bit. And here's the one with the orange. So orange, red, or a combination of the two colors together. She says, hello, everyone. Been lurking and working. That rhymes. What does this block look like? This block looks like this. Jaja says, oh, orange for me. Yeah, because I'm doing two. What I was going to do is two orange and two red. But then I'm like, I wonder what would happen if you put red and orange together in each of the four blocks. Denise says, orange. Okay, so, all right. So let's put let's put this, because this is the way I am originally going to do them. And then I'll show you what I plan to do. On this blocks, or on this block, I'm going to do diagonally orange to orange, red to red. That's the plan. I just thought it was interesting mixing the two colors to see what it looked like. Okay. Let's get the. I'd love to make our mini pony a custom blanket. Aw, they are so pretty, Katie. Thank you. And Robin says she likes all three. Jaja says the orange. Yeah, I like the orange too, but I also like this red. The red's pretty. That's why I wanted to make this block interesting. Wait till you see what other colors are going to get involved here. I know when I go back to Florida, I'm going to pull my saddle out and go ahead and sell it. I'm ready to sell it now. Finally. We're coming along here. I'm about to sew all four of these together here. Okay. Okay, let's get these pinned. All right. Donnelly says, are you know exactly where to advertise it for you? Palm City, and if you remember your area here, okay, yeah, maybe I can get up with you and bring it to you. I need to, I probably sure, because it's been sitting in storage for a while, I probably need to oil it and everything, and I'll get it all cleaned up, get all the, get it oiled down real good and bring it to, maybe you can help me sell it. Because I used it for 3 years, I think, and I bought it brand new. I think I paid $600 for it. It's a barrel racing saddle, an 18-inch one. But yep, I'm ready to sell it, and I think I still have the saddle rack. It should be sitting on its saddle rack. So I'll have a saddle rack that'll come with it because I don't have a need to keep the saddle rack. Hey, Brenda Foley, how are you? What's the going rate for a used saddle these days? Do you know, Donnelly, for a Western saddle? See, I took and traded a used saddle plus paid cash down on that one when I bought it. He gave me like $100 off that $600 because I traded a saddle in for it. And it's a by a good saddle brand, but I can't remember the brand of the saddle. She says get saddle soap can clean up no problem. Oh, and we have 4 student barrelers. We teach. Hey, Katie, I'll start putting nibbles out. Maybe you and a buyer can hook up. That would be great. I don't know if I still have. I sold quite a bit of my tack back in 2018. It must have been 2018. But I still hung on to some of my tack. I think I kept a couple saddle pads. Um, but one of the saddle pads I kept was where I had won from one. It was a prize from 1 year. At the end of the season, you win things, and so I had won a saddle pad and a breast collar, and I'm going to keep my breast collars because they have the year that was second prize. Breast collars and saddle pads and head stalls. So I'm going to keep. I kept the one head stall and I'm keeping both the breast collars because they have meaning to me right now, and I just don't feel like parting with them. Part of my horse life. I might eventually give them to I don't know what I'll do with them, but something. No, Denise. I when I moved to Greenland, I had to give up my horses because it cost too much to ship horses to Greenland. So, but I raced for a long time. Donnelly says depends on the saddle. I bought from back of a truck old dusty English saddle for $30. Well, I hope I get more like 300 out of mine because it's worth the 300. It's technically worth more than that, but I'll take three for it because I took good care of it. The pictures of me on my horses, Donnelly, that you saw, that's the saddle that I had, that I have. I don't know if you noticed the saddle or not. Two barrels, some great broke in saddles worth a bunch. Yeah, they should be, because and it has the seat part of it is not slick like you would have on a Western Pleasure saddle. It's got texture in the seat so that when you're coming around the barrels, your butt doesn't move. Okay, let's go over here and press these out with the iron. I ended up getting wow, $2,900. Wow. Hey, look here, Mama J's back. I checked on my YouTube stuff to see where I was on my goal for raising money to buy some hardware with. I am now at 65% of what, yeah. No, sorry. Let me try that again. I am now at 45% of where I'm almost halfway there. I checked the other day and I'm almost at that halfway point. Between super chats and stuff and channel memberships. Okay, so this is going to be the four corners of this block. So this is how I'm going to, so you have an idea what I'm talking about, how I'm going to lay it out. Each corner, so you see you have orange over here and down here, and then I'm going to do the red like this. And that's how the corners are going to look. Okay, now the next part we're going to work on is we're going to work on, hang on, I'm going to have to show you with the book. The next part we have to work on is this section right here. We're going to be making, I have to make 4 of these. So that's what I'm going to start on next. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set these out of the way for now. And then when I get them together, you'll see the whole outside will be ready. Okay, so the first thing we have to do to build this part of the triangle is we have stitch and flips to deal with. And the color of the stitch and flips I'm going to use is green. All right. Okay, so we have to make, let me see here, how many did I cut of these? 2, 4, 6, 8. But these have to, there's 2 different directions we have to do these stitch and flips in. So I have to do 4 in one direction. So I'm gonna put these 4 together so I don't get confused. And these 4 together. And then what I need to do is I'm gonna let's see, 8 and 8, 16. So I should have 16 of these. So let me get the lines drawn on the back. Denise, there is horses in Greenland though. We have Icelandic horses here. There's several sheep farmers that have Icelandic horses down here in South Greenland. There's some horses in Nuuk, and there's also 3 horses, I think. There used to be 6, I think, in Sissymoot, but now they're down to 3. So I don't know if the owner's planning on getting more horses or not. It wouldn't surprise me if we don't start seeing more horses since our weather is changing so much with everything warming up here and the winter's not being so harsh. Wouldn't surprise me at all. They moved muskox down to Pamut 3 summers ago, and the muskox are really thriving down by Pamut now. They're really happy with. They have had no deaths during the winter months with the muskox. Now hunters can go hunt down here instead of having to get on an airplane and go up north to Kangerlussuaq to hunt them. I have a feeling the reindeer population is going to probably blossom because of how warm the weather's been. Since the only main predator they have is us. Supposedly there's wolves here, but up north somewhere, but no one's ever seen them. So if they're around, I don't know where they're at. We don't have any wolves down here in South Greenland at all. Your horses are much colder weather horses like drafts here are in the USA. Hard on them because of the climate. Yep. Trying to bring a quarter horse to Greenland would probably have been a bad idea. Although I would have loved having him here because I would have stayed gone all the time because I would have been out exploring. I would have probably had to put shoes on him because of how rocky the terrain is. I don't believe in putting shoes on him, but for rocky terrain, it would probably be a good idea. Yep, barrel saddles are different from cutting saddles. Yes, they are. And they're different from Western pleasure saddles and just trail riding saddles. There's all kinds of saddles. I did trail riding in my barrel saddle, but there was times when I'm like, I really wish I had a Western pleasure saddle because they're so, they're very comfortable for long hours sitting in them. How is things going, Andrea? Are you doing all right? See, I'm not trying to get through this block real fast because I want to make sure that I get all of this done properly on the first go. Now, do you think I'm gonna make a mistake? Probably. But if I don't tonight, wouldn't that be wonderful? I need music. All right, let's get to sewing. First, I need to divide these up into 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because I have to turn these in 2 different directions. Okay, so these need to go in this direction. And then these need to go in that direction. As you can see, I have two different directions here. And I got to make sure that I do that because otherwise we're going to have problems. Meaning I will have to make a new stitch and flip. Why does that not look right? No, that's turned wrong. See, I almost did it wrong. Okay, now it's going in the right direction. And then we got all of these for this one. I think the most tedious part of this is doing the stitch and flips, and then there's this weird part here that you got to do for these triangles. But I think once you see the first one go together, it'll make more sense on what it is I'm doing. Because all of this cut, all of these pieces have to come together into this section. Let's see. She says she's doing fine. I just woke up from an unplanned nap. And then Donnelly says, I love those naps. I love those bumps me up quick naps. Yep. Donnelly says, my license can only work thoroughbreds. To work quarter horses, I have to re-license to work them. Only attested hours to re-license though. Oh, cool. Some you very so usually if you see anyone racing a thoroughbred in a barrel race, it's usually one that's been crossed with a thoroughbred or a thoroughbred crossed with a quarter horse because the quarter horse the bay horse I have a picture of Go-Go. He was half quarter horse, half thoroughbred, and man, he had the fire of a thoroughbred. That's why he was always blowing up in their arena. Oh, and here we go again. I need to change my foot. Let's take this one off and bring over the plastic one because we're going to be sewing at a diagonal. There we go. Now I got it where I want it. All right. And I'm just going to chain sew all of these. Yes, I had a standard bread for a little while, and I gave her to my sister. I got her from an auction. That was something else, let me tell you. She was so spooky. But she was sweet when she wasn't freaking out about something. Wait a minute, where's the rest of these at? Need one. Let's see. Oh, okay. I appreciate watching. I broke 2 client horses full Arabians. That was fun. Man, I always, you know what I really wanted, but could never afford? That block the will be a big one color block. Yeah, it will be a good size block, definitely. Um, I wanted a free. I went to this with a friend up to Georgia, and there's a breeder up there that was crossbreeding Frisians with quarter horses and thoroughbreds. Oh my gosh. The crosses of both those horses were beautiful, but she also had the full-blooded Frisian on her property, and I am totally smitten by Frisian horses. And they're so sweet. Rode so many coming off the track thoroughbreds. I love them. I bet a lot of them are sweet too. I finally found a movie that had to do with Foolish Pleasure and Ruffian, an actual footage of the race, because I watched that race when I was a teenager, and it was some of the I didn't know a lot about her having issues before she had that accident, and because she'd been raced, she had won, I think, the Kentucky Derby for 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 Philly. She had won the Kentucky Derby, I think it was. And then when she went against Foolish Pleasure, her leg got broke. There was warning signs about her having problems because, and if the owner had listened, she probably would have never broke her leg because they would have just stopped racing her. Yeah, beautiful those cross. Freaking have a beautiful carry, nice form, curled necks, forward horses. Yes, they are so beautiful. And they have those long flowing manes. Oh my goodness. I can see why they were used for knights over on in Europe because they are Baroque horses. Frisians from Friesland, Netherlands. I don't know if you follow this channel or not, but there's a channel called Frisian Horses. You should follow her. I've been following her like goodness gracious for about 6 years now, and so many things has happened to her.
Hi, Katie.
Teresa, welcome, welcome.
I don't know how much longer you're going to be on, but I just thought I'd say hello.
But I'll be here for a little while because I want to get this block done. Or try to get it done. Will you be able to hang for a bit?
Yeah, a little bit. I was going to come on earlier, but just as I was coming up, my brother called, so I.
Uh-oh. Is everything okay?
Oh, yeah, everything's okay. He just calling to check on me.
That's great that he checks on you.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I think this block is going to be very interesting to do. All right, now to get rid of these stitch and flips. All right.
Is that one of your blocks from your book? From the
Yes.
book?
Yeah, this one's the one called Northern Flair. And it's an interesting way of putting this one together. And actually, it's not a hard block. You just got to be paying attention to which angles you have your stitch and flips. And there's quite a bit of cutting that goes on for this block. I don't remember. I'm not sure how many pieces before this is over with is involved in it, but there's a lot of moving parts.
Mm.
But I think it's going to be pretty. It'll definitely be a little more calmer than the one I made last week. That one is pretty in your face like the red one is. But I'm happy I remade the block so that I could see where I went wrong. I'm so thankful for figuring out what it was I did. And it was all because I looked at the directions wrong.
Oh.
It told you to cut, it had you cut in 2 7/8 squares on 2 different areas of the directions. And on one area, it was telling you to cut those squares on the diagonal. But on the other set, it was not telling you to do anything to them. And I go and cut them in half. And so when I sewed them to make half square triangles that way, that's where the mistake came in, because that wasn't what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to actually put 2 together face to face and make half square triangles that way, which did make a difference on the measurement side. So that was why I was off like between an eighth to almost a quarter on one side of that block. Where you go to put them together, they were off.
That'll do it.
Yep. And then when I went back and remade them, I'm like, now I know what I did wrong. Because I got to looking at the layout of the block itself, because they do put a layout of the block down below the picture. So just so you can see how you're supposed to put this together. And I looked at it, I'm like, oh, now I know what I did wrong. I didn't make half square triangles the usual way. And that's where it went wrong. So I basically made everything that went up from it wrong.
So the lesson is
to make sure to look at the diagram of how to lay out the block. And reread the directions one more
read
time.
the instructions. That's right.
Reread again. Make sure you don't miss something in there that didn't catch your eyeball the first go around. All right, I'm going to go one more time over there and press these one more time. So I want to make sure they're laying down good. These are not real big pieces either. When you're looking at the graphic, it looks like these are really big rectangles. The biggest rectangle is 3.5. The smaller ones are 2.5. So it's not even big pieces that you're working with. All right, now we have to put these together with these half triangles. So we need to lay out, and they need to be in a specific way of being laid out. So I'm gonna move these out of the way for right now. Okay, let's start with, we need, how many do we need? I think we need 8 for each, yeah. give it. Okay. These are sticking together. And when I want to pull them apart, they're giving me a hard time. Okay, so there's 2. 4. 6. 8. 2. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, looks like I'm short tube trying. How did I do that? Huh. Let me look at this again. So we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I should have enough. My bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to do 4 the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Hopefully I did that count right. All right. Now how we have to lay this out is I'm going to pull out one triangle so you can see what I got to do. So we have stitch and flips going in 2 different directions. And this is because of how you're going to lay them out with this triangle up here. So what we got to do is I'm just going to set one aside, pull one out so you can watch me put this together. Let's switch this because I'm going to pull one up to the left. So for this direction, what you got to do is you have to sew this stitch and flip just like this. Does everybody see this? So you see the overhang down here? We have to trim that off. It's the same thing going the other way. So it's got you doing this in a strange way, but it's okay. So we're going to do 4 of these going in one direction and 4 of these going in another direction, in this direction. And then we have to trim off the excess according to this. So that's what we got to do. And then we're going to be putting it, sewing it to these triangles. So let me go ahead and lay them out here so we can do it properly. And I get the triangles here and the triangles here. And this is what it's going to look like. So let's get them all sewn together first. All right, let me move some stuff out of the way.
So hello everybody in chat. Sorry, I just now got my laptop up so I can see the chat.
Hey Kevin, welcome. For those of you who are small channels and you want a little help growing your channel, you can come hang out with us in Tuber Chat. And this is a great way to meet other creators and get your channels out there to other people. So, oh wait, I might have put him in the bot. I think I put him in the bot. Hang on a minute. So I'm going to share his link and Tuber Chat. Kevin is who I'm talking to. He's wait, let me see if I put him as Kevin or did I put him as Tuber Chat. Let's see what the bot does because I'm pretty sure I put him in the bot. If not, then I'll have to go look it up. Could have sworn I put him in the bot. Yep, there he is. There's the link. So y'all jump on over to Kevin's channel if you want to get to know some more channel creators and get your channel exposed. It has helped my channel grow, I can tell you that. Like I met Donna Lee through Crafty Witch, and Crafty Witch, I met her, which Crafty Witch is Andy, And I met Andy through Tuber Chat.
Nice. Well, hello, Kevin, and thanks for popping in.
Yes, thank you for dropping in. So I'm going to go ahead and start sewing these. And I know it's going to look strange when you see this hanging below the triangle, but that's the way the directions has us doing it. And I need a leader in here. So let's go ahead and start this part of the block. And I'm going to chain sew. Which might be kind of seem like it's wasting thread doing it this way, but it's okay. I don't want to have to keep cutting thread just and then re-enter when I can just do this all at once.
I think I met you over on Yvette's channel, probably.
Yeah, I think so too. It was either Yvette's or it was I don't know if you hung out much in Becca's channel or not.
I used to hang out there all the time.
So it could have been either Becca's channel or Yvette's, but I think it was Yvette's.
Yeah, I think it was Yvette.
Because that's where my whole journey started, was with Yvette. She's so sweet.
Yeah.
And has such a big heart.
Yeah, I really miss her videos.
Yeah, me too.
Hello, Regina. How are you doing?
Hi, Regina. Donnelly says she met me from Backyard Trucker. I thought it was with Crafty Witch. Oh, that does make sense though, because yeah. And see, I found Backyard Trucker. I saw Backyard Trucker in Kevin's channel, but I also follow Jody Genealogy, who also has a channel called Marketplace Boutique, and she is best friends with Andy from Backyard Trucker, which is an interesting thing. So every now and then she'll go with him in his truck. He's an independent contractor with his truck. He has a Peterbilt truck. But he's talking about retiring. He says he's had enough. I think he said I can't remember the exact years he said he's been doing it, 20 something years, and he says he's ready to stop doing it. I can't believe my husband's been doing his job for 31 years. It's kind of unheard of to hear about fishermen lasting that long as a fisherman, you know?
Yeah.
And his skipper's been doing it even longer than that. Because I think Torian's a little bit older than Nikolai by like 10 years, I think. They wanted Nikolai to not get off the boat on the 27th, but work another 3 or 4 weeks, and to cover for an officer's position. He called me and he told me about it. I'm like, I told him, I said, you can do it if you want to, but you better have your butt home for our 15th anniversary. And he said, nope, not going to do it because I have concerns that you'll have a relapse with your pain. And I'm like, okie dokie.
How much longer would he have to stay?
Probably at least another 3.5 or 4, about 3.5, right till right before Christmas. And then he could get off and come home. Because they'll bring in a load right before Christmas and get supplies. Because they'll have Christmas at sea on board. So he would get off then. Why does that look crooked? That's because it is crooked. Wow, how did that move? Uh-oh, I have a trouble right here with this one. So we are going to fix it because that's just not going to work being like that. It will cause me trouble when I go to line it up with a triangle. It's hard to believe that we're almost done with the year. Andy is a sweetheart. Big teddy bear, says Donnelly. Yeah, he seems really nice. Boy, he can get feisty though on the lives. When someone tells him, "Hey, why don't you blow your horn?" And the first thing he says is, "Don't." I can tell you, there's two things I don't like: is people, and one of them is people telling me what to do. Andy flat will let you know, don't tell me what to do. And he only blows the horn when people do super chats or become a member of his channel, which makes total sense. Man, if he blew that horn and I was in the car next to him, that would scare the cold living tar out of me because it sounds like a train horn.
Yeah, they're pretty loud.
I can't remember what he said he put on his, some special kind of horn, and it is super loud. But it definitely get a driver's attention if they're pulling out in front of his truck. That does happen. Drivers don't pay attention. And it's harder to slow down a big rig than it is a car.
That's for sure.
Yep, too much weight. A recipe for disaster. Rita is using some kind of cool, what is that? What is the little emoji you're using?
It's a horn.
Oh, got you. That's a cute one.
Or a trumpet, maybe. It's like a trumpet.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, this year has gone by fast.
It sure seems like it. Ah, she says a horn. And Kevin's saying hi to Rita. Rita knows Kevin too. All right, we're getting close to so I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this over to the iron real quick, and we're going to press it first. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to trim that excess off like the directions tell us to.
Okie dokie.
You working on your horse or something else?
Something else.
What are you working on?
The 3.5-inch squares.
Oh, yeah, you're going to make a quilt with just those, right? With the different colors of, didn't you say teal or turquoise?
Teal.
think that's going to be a pretty quilt top.
Yeah, I'm counting my squares because I want to make sure I have enough.
This kind of looks like a sailboat. Okay, so as you can see, we have, let me put one out here so you can see it real good, I hope. Let me spotlight this screen for a minute. And somebody let me know when you can see this screen that's where my hands are at. Because I want you to see this. Just let me know. Give me a heart or a thumbs up or something.
I can let you know.
Okay. All right. Just waiting on it to come.
Okay, I think.
All right. Do you see that there's an overhang here? This is the way the directions told us to sew these half triangles to this stitch and flip. So what I got to do is I'm going to turn this around so that I can line up I need my longer ruler. Where did I put it? Or a bigger ruler anyway. So I don't think that one's big enough. Now, where did I put it? I lose rulers all the time. All right, let me just find another ruler. Here's a bigger one. Okay, so what I got to do is I'm going to take this ruler and I'm going to line it up with this triangle and make sure everything's sitting the way it's supposed to sit, and we're going to trim it. And we have to do all 8 of these this way. Because what we're going to do is we're going to see how it turned into a triangle now. Although it looks like it's been bobbed off down there. I hope that's not going to be a problem. And then we're going to be putting it with these triangles up here. So let me go ahead and trim all these off. We've got all 8 of them to trim down. Let's hope this is not a disaster about to happen. You know me. If it's going to be a mistake, it'll be me that makes it. Oh, I cut 2 of them off. Ooh, that was a close call, man. I can't believe I just did that. All right, got 3 more to do. All right, and go another one. Let's do this one. And then we'll have 1 more to do after this, and then we're going to start putting this together with the purple triangle, because we're going to be working off, actually we're going to be working off both sides of this triangle with this. All right, I'll move all this scraps to the side and keep on going. We have 1 more to trim. Okay. And then we'll be ready to put this whole thing together as 1 unit. All right. So we have these triangles with the stitch or the stitch and flips on them. They're going in 2 different directions. So I need to stack them accordingly because that is going to matter. All right. Okay. Okay, now we have these purple triangles right here, and I'm going to turn them upside, or turn this upside down for a reason. because it might be easier to lay it out that way. Maybe, I don't know. We'll try both directions. We'll see. All right, now I'm going to get the book back out again. And now we have these done. And this needs to go. Wait a minute. I got one up. So this is going to go like this. And then this one is going to go like this. Can everybody see that now? See how it's this way? And yeah. So I'm going to be doing 4 of these. And what I'll do is I'll start by sewing one side on first. And I really hope these come out the way they're supposed to, because we're working with angles again. There we go. That's how it's going to look. It's definitely going to look interesting. So I'm going to set these aside and we're going to work with these to start with. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the center of each one of these side ones, because I want to try to get this lined up properly and put a crease in it. Oh, I need a chalk. Can't see that. Too dark. So I'm going to use my little mark pencil here. It's little pink pencil, and put a little mark so I can see it. Then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fold this in half. This should line up the way it's supposed to line up. The only way I'll know for sure is when I sew this first one. Okay, so I have them together just like this, and I'm going to pin it. And then we'll sew it and we'll make sure it came together the way it's supposed to be. And if it did, then I'll do all the rest of them the same way I just did that. Sometimes you could do it. Now, some people won't even do that. They'll just wing it and hope for the best. But I have such trouble with angles that I have found a way to get around from making too many mistakes. Because normally, leave it up to me, I will. Rita says, nope, can't see, haha. Sorry, could not resist. And I think I have to put, Rita says, I am making postage stamp star quilt, need almost 6,000 1.5-inch squares, but I am not counting squares. No way. That's a lot, 6,000. You are going to be busy. I want to make one too, because I think it would be fun to do an itty bitty one. At least do one as a small wall hanging. Yeah, I'm going to take you out in just a minute, Nora.
That's right, Nora. You tell her.
He's like, Mom, I need to go outside because I ate food. Oh, stop, Nora. Yeah, see? It always happens. Look at that. It's all wrong. I wonder. That means I need to mark 1/4-inch seam allowance up at the top. Let me go put her on the tie down. I'll be right back. That's why we did the test one first. Come on. Okay, she's on the tie down. Okay, so I have to figure out how I think what I need to do is maybe mark the tip of this triangle. Donnelly says, Katie, I'm heading out. When in future, shoot name, make. In the future, shoot name, make of that saddle. We'll start inquiring research. Okay, will do. Might have to get my daughter to go to the storage unit to go look. Unless I happen to have a picture of my saddle, and I don't think I do. Or I can go through my horse pictures of where I'm in the saddle and maybe I can see the label on it, which is potentially might show up. Once you sew the other side of that purple triangle, you are not going to tell it is not exact. I know, but it needs to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance at the top of that point. Otherwise, it'll get chopped off, and that's not what I want. So I got to make sure I get it aligned like it's supposed to be. I don't think I did anything wrong with how I created the pieces. I just sometimes get, I don't know, foobarred with angles. So I am going to mark 1/4 inch seam allowance here and then line it up with a pin. And I'm not trying to make this perfect. I'm trying to make sure I do it right. That's what I'm doing. I'm making sure I do it right. Apparently I didn't do it right. So we are going to improvise and I'm going to do some marking. And then I use a pencil on this one because this is going to go like this. So that needs to be on this side. Okay. Okay, there's where the point's supposed to be. Found it. Now I'm only going to do this one like this because then I can eyeball the rest of them by looking at this one. That's the only reason I'm going through the extra step. Okay, now let me try relining this again. Which means this needs to be right there. Which is going to make this look like it's off. And I'm going to take a couple pins and just verify that this is correct. I know this is a lot of tedious stuff, but I'm trying to figure this out so I can get it laid out right. Because the directions for this, it just shows you a picture. It doesn't tell you how to make sure everything lines up. So I'm going to improvise. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to have dog ears down here, looks like. All right. Let me see here. Maybe I'll just move it just a hair down a little bit more. Okay, now we're going to resew this again and hopefully, let's hope for the best that it came out right. This is the first time me doing this block. Donna Lee says, send me a picture. Okay, yep. I'll find one of my better horse pictures of me with the yeah. Because I'm almost sure I have some pictures of him tied to the horse trailer with the saddle on him too. Because I always was taking pictures of him. And hopefully one of them shows what the saddle is. It's a nice saddle though. All right, let's try this again. All right. Take my leader off. And we're going to take this and press it the other direction. Yeah, it lined up here on the top like I wanted it to. Good. And it looks like the bottom is where it's, yep, what I just did worked. I just needed to move that triangle up just a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. Did I miss anyone coming in the channel? I don't think so. Okay, so we got the one side done, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and trim off this excess up here at the top. I'm going to leave the bottom alone for right now. And now we're going to take this other side here. We have to sew this side on next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, best that I can tell, I just need to move it up just a little bit. Let me see how much I moved it up. About, yeah. Oh, it's actually a quarter. Isn't that interesting? All right. The pink marks the spot. All right. Let's get this one lined up. And we should be able to do all of these like this and not have no more trouble. Hey, Zaza. She says, hi, everybody. Wait a minute. Where'd she go? Yeah, she says, hi, Katie and everyone. Hey, Zaza. How are you doing tonight? I'm leaving the camera on this spot just long enough to do this other side so you can see it, and then I'll take the camera off. So that's why it's still on and not on my face. So let's go ahead and sew this side. Okay, now let's see what my handiwork got me. Either it's foobarred or it came out the way it's supposed to. And we do not have a 1/4 inch seam allowance up here. Oh my God. I moved it, I didn't move it up enough. Goodness. because we need a 1/4 inch seam allowance up there at that top. And someone's at the door saying, Mom, I'm ready to come back in. So I'm taking the seam back out again, and I'm going to move the triangle up a little more so I can get my 1/4 inch seam allowance. Because you have to have that up there or you're going to not have points. I'll be right back. I got to get Nora.
Okay.
Did you get scared? Hey, come in. Okay, she's let back in. I'm surprised she didn't bark at them. There's people standing. I'm surprised she didn't bark at them. She might have already been at the front door thinking, I just want to go in. I don't want to bark at someone. She finally gotten where she will bark at people, though. Took a long time. I thought it would never happen because it was Coda that would always do it, and she would just stand there and let him do the work. Be guard dog.
My dogs bark. When they're outside and if a car goes by, they bark. Annie's really bad. Will is, well, not too bad, but if she thinks she hears somebody coming, she'll bark.
All right. Let's get this pin back again.
We had to put a fence up on one side of our yard because the neighbor's driveway is over there. And so every time a car would go up, Brandon's dog, Annie, would run out and chase him.
Yeah, that's a really bad habit for dogs.
Yeah. And bark. And we couldn't get her to quit. So we finally just put a fence up. And so now she just runs the fence.
Wow, Andrea. Andrea says my late husband was a cowboy. In his younger years, he was a rodeo clown, and after he quit clowning, he was a full-time farrier and saddle maker. We owned a western shop. I did custom sewing for the shop. That is so cool. And Andrea says she was a barrel racer in her younger years. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great sport. And it's also a big adrenaline rush.
I used to ride horses when I was younger, but I didn't do any of that kind of stuff. My uncles were into the rodeos. They did rodeo stuff, but
I love doing it. Every
what,
Saturday to the riding club, barrel race it. And then if our riding club canceled because of weather, I would try to find somewhere that wasn't bad weather and go there and race. Which usually meant like Union County or sometimes I went to Bradford County to race. And then every fall for I think it was 2 years in a row, I believe, I would go to the Florida Sheriff's Boys Ranch for a weekend. It was a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday affair where you camped out on the grounds and everything. And you spent the whole weekend racing and doing horse things and eating food and donating to funds for the Sheriff's Boys Ranch. It was a lot of fun. It was a great place to take young horses to experience a different kind of atmosphere too. Because I took the colt with me that year. So there's pictures of us in the arena with me, him on a lead rope while I'm riding shotgun. But the competition is stiff because riders come from all over the place, and a lot of them ride better than I did. Look, there it is. Oh, sorry. There it is. That's what this unit has to look like.
Oh,
I gotta make
cool.
these. Isn't that interesting, Block?
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like I just got to make sure I move my up here, that these triangles are up here with higher than I had them. All right. I am going to unspotlight myself and we're going to continue on with doing the next three of them. Nora, bed, bed, bed. Come on. Get in there. Come on.
Denise, no, I am kind of on top of I wouldn't say I'm on top of a mountain, more like a big hill. And I look down below me is the town. So I would say as the crow flies, it's probably downtown is probably a half a mile, maybe. Um, so yeah, I have neighbors. They're just, pretty far away. I would say the neighbor on that side of the house is probably, oh, like 5 city blocks, maybe away, you know, kind of that distance. And then I have one more neighbor down that road from me, and it's they're probably like 4 blocks away.
Rita says of all the horses she ever owned, two of them were her favorites, a Morgan quarter horse and a thoroughbred quarter horse who was 17 and a half hands tall. Oh my God, that's a tall quarter horse mix. You want to know how tall Shotgun was? Shotgun was 14 and a half hands high. He was a horse in a small package, but he always got the job done. I wasn't into getting big, tall horses. That's further away to hit the ground. Let's see. Denise says, I didn't know you had. Oh, wait. Rita says, that is why my fence is all around our yard. Then I planted aloe vera cactus so dogs could not get too close to the fence. So she was preventing dogs running cars. Then Andrea says, my brothers all had thoroughbreds. I had a quarter horse. My brother were over 6 foot tall, and I am just 5 foot tall. And then Rita says, we used to be part of the crew that would go to Nevada and bring rodeo stock back to Oregon when rodeo season started. And then Rita says, Andrea, think about this one. My horse was 17 and a half hands high, and I'm only 4'5". Yeah, that's pretty short.
4'5".
And Andrea's going over to Donna's. Have fun.
Rita is only 4'5".
That's what she said. She's a tiny person.
I thought she was taller than that.
We're good too.
We, when I was a teenager, one of the ranches we lived on, we had my aunt's horses, and one of them was a Morgan. And oh my God, I love that horse. It was so big and its back was so broad. You didn't even have to it didn't hurt to not ride a saddle on him, you know. And he would just mope along, and he was a great horse.
Morgan horses are great workhorses for sure, for sure.
But you better not get off because without the saddle, I'd have to bring him over to the fence so I could get up on him, and he was pretty big.
She says she's a bit short.
Yeah, I'd say. I don't think I know anybody that short, unless they're a child.
Denise says, Teresa, uh, that is what I remember you showing us in one of your lives years ago. I think you were talking about decorating for either Christmas or Halloween then. It's a little too far up.
I sat out there one time for the 4th of July, and while I was live and watched the fireworks with you guys.
Nora, you're annoying me because you shouldn't even be bothering me right now. I'm going to have all kinds of trouble with these triangles. I have a feeling that I'm going to have to finish this block tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no, that depends on everybody in the chat. Do you all want to stay or do you want to go to Donna's? Let me know in the chat. Either type stay or type Donna. Let me know.
Yeah, I think Donna just started, right?
Yeah.
I think Nora wants to go.
Already been outside. I don't know what it is she's whining about. No. She's about to get in trouble. Robin says stay. Jaja says stay. Donna used to go on after Becca. Sometime or another they switch.
Yeah, she's been going at 4 for quite a while though. Well over a year.
Yeah, about a year and a half, I think, something like that. But yeah, she used to be the last one to go on. Now we got now we have after Becca, we've got William going live. Sometimes William's live starts a little bit before Becca's live stops.
I figure there's always the replay.
Yeah. So far, only 2 people have said stay. Anyone else want to voice their opinion? Or give me input, that is. That was the wrong word. Nora, you are annoying me here, girlfriend. She acts like she never gets any attention. No.
I think she figures if she bugs you until you give her a snack, so she's getting.
I just gave her a Whopper Junior of a size of chicken. I mean, goodness gracious, you don't need any more food. She always acts like she's starving half to death. Katie, what's your email? It is. Got a minute. All right, let's get this one pinned. Now I'll go ahead and pin these next two. I want to get this one side done. Now that I know what I need to be doing with this. To get it lined right.
Nora.
Shh. I'm fixing to put you out into the hallway, Missy. Do you need to go back outside to shoo-shoo? Did you get interrupted with doing shoo-shoo? Do you need to go shoo-shoo? What do you want? Go shoo-shoo? She's not racing like she needs to go to the door. And go. Come on. Come. Come. Come on. Come on. I definitely think she wanted more sustenance.
Yeah.
And she can't have more because I've given her enough. Because when I thought she wanted to go outside again, she stood in the kitchen. So that means she was still interested in more food. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Robin. Hang on. That didn't post my email. I don't know why it did. I need to fix that, I think. Let me try this one. There it is. There you go, Robin. So I haven't gone to pick up my mail yet from the at the store, and I got a thing. I knew what one of them was. It was cotton cuts. The other one had LM on the front of the code, and when I went to go track it, it came from Arizona. So someone has sent me something,
Oh.
but I don't know who. I've been racking my brains trying to figure out if. So I'm like dying of curiosity here, you know? Who sent me something from Arizona? Denise says, I was watching your YouTube short today. There was a bell on the screen and a note that said that a live was pinned, and I clicked on it and got a message that I would receive notification. What? Really? Do you remember what the name of the live was called? Or I mean the name of the short was called? All right, let's sew these. I've heard someone else talk about getting weird messages from YouTube. Denise says, Teresa, ever seen that? I was wondering if that was set by a content creator. I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I can use my other account to go look, or use Nikolai's. That would probably be easier to look. Let's go to the shorts and see if there's something sitting there. It's Williams.
Oh, I saw a post, I think it was from Rita, that they were sharing that you and I were live yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe that's what they're talking about.
Ah,
I think, or it might have been Andrea, one of the two. One of the ladies shared it.
all right. Let's see what this one side looks like with all of these. I'm hoping it went the way it was supposed to go. All right. Oh, it's still a little bit high, but okay. Go ahead and finger press this side so I can look at all of them at once. Can you hear her still?
No,
Okay, because I put her in the foyer. She has, I don't know why she thinks she needs more sustenance. And this one's weird how it went. Uh-oh, this one's a weird angle. What in the world?
did she
And let's,
get more activity today?
no, just the same old, same old. There are times when she thinks, I think she realizes I have cut her food back.
Oh, have you tried the green bean stuff yet?
Actually, let me go give her a handful of that because I do have some.
Yeah, dogs know when you cut them back. That's why I just add green beans to the difference.
I don't know how she knows I have, but I guess she does.
They know.
Well, right now, eggs are not in her food because I ran out of eggs and I don't have money to go buy eggs.
Uh, well,
So,
that's
no
probably
eggs.
what
Yep, so I'm sure she's missing that. Yeah, I've been out of eggs now for 4 days and I don't have money to go buy more. Money's kind of tight right now, unfortunately. When your husband has to take off work because of me and he doesn't get paid for it, that hurts. And that's the
yeah.
first time y'all are going to hear me say something about it. It hurt us big time. And I have tried to make everything stretch as much as possible. Joshua says, don't feel bad, Katie. Hey, Jean, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Denise says, wait, I already read that one. Denise says, no, this was embedded into the video. I need to go look and see what that is. Jojo says, I always would see his thumbnails, but I had no clue what it was. Oh, it must have been, and it made it into a short? Wow. I definitely need to go check that out.
I think there's a new thing you can do with your videos now. You can create, or maybe you could be doing this all along. I don't know. But You can create shorts out of the most popular spots of your video.
I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Me and Sean have been talking about it, trying to figure out how to do it. I don't know if it'll help my short. My shorts don't. My shorts are like, some people seem to have big success with shorts. My shorts, not so much. It's the odd ones that have like over a 1K, and that would be something as simple as someone blowing up rock with dynamite for less than a minute little short, and that get a lot of views but yet when I try to be creative with one, and I don't get hardly any views. It's so weird how it works. I do know that the welcoming committee shorts definitely do pretty well. Nora, when Nora and Coda were greeting Nikolai when he would come home.
Yeah.
Because this end's chopped off like, I wonder if that's a quarter of an inch. Let me look and see. Let's see if this is a quarter.
There, another pile cut. I think I'm ready to start sewing.
All right. I can't wait to see how that comes out.
Me too.
Georgia, wait. She says, uh-oh, what's this? Jaja says, I think it's the worldwide right now. Where I work, people are boycotting, so our hours have been getting cut. We run out of work and then leave early. And Jaja says, that's why I'm going in extra on Sunday. Oh my gosh. Well, the price of shrimps are up right now. That's a good thing.
Okay. What time is it? 4?
Robin, did you see the email address? Let me know in the chat that you saw it. But she had asked for it. Oh. Ooh, I see what Robin wanted me to see. Y'all want to see something? She just sent me a picture. Let me go find it first. Downloads. Oh. Oh. Y'all want to see Robin's handiwork? I am fixing to share the screen. I hope she doesn't mind. I am going to show y'all. Because I've been asking her for this. Wait. Let me know if you see this, Teresa, on your screen.
Oh, nice.
That is Robin. This is what Robin's been working on. That she's using those 12,000 some odd hexagons for. Look at that! Wow. Let me see. Make the screen bigger. unless zooming. Wow. It looks great. I'm sorry you
Yeah,
got me to do that.
nice.
Wow. It's going to be exciting when you get it all sewn together. That's outstanding, Robin. Is everybody seeing it in the chat?
Yeah.
Jaja says, wow, wow, wow. Customers at Denise. And then people just don't have a lot of money on top of it. That's exactly right, Jaja. What do y'all think about Robin's handiwork? Let her know in the chat because I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's good job there, girl.
Yep. Doing that many hexies is not for the faint of heart. I can tell you that. That's outstanding. Is it okay if I post it over on the Facebook group, Robin? Let me stop sharing the screen. Robin says, that's some of them. My phone is not letting me send more. Okay. Um, if you can get your phone to send more later, let me know. Just send them an email and I'll put them all together. Is it okay if I put them on the Facebook group and on the community tab YouTube? Okay. I'll be happy to share those pictures. Let me see what this one's going to look like. She says she'll send me more. All right. Awesome. I need to see what this is going to look like. And I did not move this. Now I know I'm going to have to definitely move this further up than I thought on the left side. These are a pain in the. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I knew it was going to take a bit because this is a more complicated block. But it's worth making. When it comes out, I think it's going to be pretty. At least I hope so. Unless I have dreams of grandeur here. But definitely I have to move this up a little bit more so that I don't lose that 1/4 inch seam allowance at the top. Because I don't want to chop off those points. I guess Pat couldn't make it in today. I was hoping to see if she was working on the block or not. She posted all her recent blocks that she's got done. Her blocks look fantastic. Robin says there's one more I'm going to try to get you. Okay, be right back, she said. And then Jean says, is that for you, Robin, or for it was Robin's? Yes, it was hers. She's been working on these hexies for a while now, and she's been telling us where she was at on the numbers she's got done. She finished the 12,000, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, maybe more than that. And now she was sewing them all together into diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I'm going to show you what it looks like outside.
Okay, let me spotlight you. Did you see it in Northern Lights last night by any chance? Uh-oh, I can't see nothing. I just spotlighted you. Did we lose your screen?
So you can see right down there, that's a dirt road that uh, goes past our house,
Uh-huh.
and then our road is like right along here. Next to it comes up and goes around the corner, but you can kind of see the town. There's town. But look at that sky. Isn't that pretty?
I know, it's gorgeous.
And the fog is rolling in.
Oh no. That's one thing about mountains being around. They seem to create, I can see the fog line too.
Yeah.
For those that don't know where the fog, show them where the fog line is, Teresa, because some people don't know. They think it's clouds when it's not fog. Yeah, right there's the fog line. I can see it. I've gotten so used to knowing what they look like here.
Yep, it's starting to come up here to the house too. I can actually even smell it,
Yep.
feel
And you
it.
and feel it. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that because I thought it looked really pretty.
Yeah, it looks great. I love it. Did you see it in Northern Lights last night?
No, it was too foggy.
Yeah, fog and clouds get in the way of it. They're expecting another big CME to crash in a couple weeks.
So they are.
It's gonna probably do the same thing this one did. Jean says, yes, pretty sky. Jaja, pretty peaceful. And Jaja says, it's coming in. Ah, see, now I know how much I need to make of a space down there. Okay, let's mark these triangles that I haven't sewn the other side on it. And that way I won't have to rip these off again. Because this is rather annoying. That way I can just make sure I have them that far up and I won't have to rip these out. I'm not trying to make them perfect, y'all. I just want them points up there on the top because otherwise you'll have chopped off. Yeah. We can't be having that.
No, you don't want that.
No. Especially when you're trying to teach how to make this block.
All right, I'm going to start sewing some of these together, and I'm just going to go
Okay,
a lighter one with a darker one, lighter, darker, lighter, darker, light, dark, light. Dark.
okay. Sounds good. Go for it,
And
Teresa.
and I'm going to chain piece.
Yep. I like chain piecing. You can get more done that way.
Yeah.
All right, let's get these pinned on. Once we get these triangles done, then I'm going to do the other little blocks that needs to be done, and then all I'll have left to do is cut some strips to finish off the other part of it that needs to be done, and then we can sew all these pieces together. I think I pulled that too far. You don't want to be pulling this on the bias.
No. Those blocks you're making, you have to be really careful with those.
Yep. Because if you pull them, they're going to be wonky.
Yeah, they stretch really easily.
Hang on, let me check, Robin. Let's go back to the email account and then go on to inbox. I better go check my spam. Wouldn't surprise me if it didn't end up in there. It's not there yet, Robin. You might want to check the either you're still uploading, or make sure you put that dot in between living and Greenland just in case, because it's not there yet. It hasn't come. Robin says 6 boxes have between 2,003. 6 boxes have between 2,003 to 500. One is half empty. One is hexagons I'm making. Wow. Okay, we got this one pinned. Let's get this other one pinned. I'm getting distracted. Joshua says, you are so strong, Robin. I can hardly make it. I can hardly make making 9 blocks of something. I'm checking the email from my phone to see if it came that way. Oh, let me refresh my screen on the laptop because it's showing up now. There they are. Hang on, let me download them, Robin. Oh, I see what you mean. Wow. Okay. Let's go back to the okay, now I can share the screen again. Let me go find these first. Oh, the other way. Okay. I'm going to share the screen again. Let me know when you can see it, Teresa.
Okay.
You can?
You want me to on YouTube or
Yeah, can you see it
Zoom?
on YouTube?
Not yet.
Okay, let me know when you do. Or someone let me know. Not yet?
Well, my screen was behind, so it's probably there by now.
Okay, can everyone see the screen again? Say yes or put a heart in there, something. Let me know. I don't see him saying anything yet. Jaja says yes. Okay, so this was the original one I showed you. Now she sent a couple more pictures. Here is of her totes. Let me make the screen bigger. Look at all those hexagons. My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
She has a lot in there. Wow. And then this next one is of hexagon she's working on. They look great, Robin. Fantastic. Love it. I'll share them on Facebook and on the community tab after the live tonight for you. Very creative. Okay. One can hope for the best on these blocks. All right. Let me take these apart and have a look at them. And then we're going to fold them back to make sure everything. Yep, there's the 1/4 inch there. Everything looks okay on that one. And this one looks okay too. All right, I'm going to take them to the iron and press them because I need to make sure everything starts laying down flat. All right. Ooh, these be hot. Okay, now what I'm going to do is show you how this is going to lay out again. I'm going to probably put them on my, yeah, I need to put them on the design board and just move everything I'm going to work on next to the side. Okay. All right. I want to put this up here like this. Wait a minute. First. You're going to see that what the outer perimeter of this is going to look like. All right, hold on a minute. I got to get the other two pieces. I haven't trimmed off the ears, so just ignore that part of it. This is going to be one heck of a block.
Yeah, it is.
And because the picture doesn't even show that outer, that block having that square kind of or triangle thing going on here. Square, I mean. Look at that. My goodness alive. Now this is not sewn together or lined up exact. So it's going to look kind of strange a little bit. But let me pick it up and show it to you in the screen. I just need to take these things off my design board because I don't want to dump them out.
Looks good.
Yeah, look, y'all. This is the outside. Y'all like it so
Yeah,
far?
boy, you really are challenging yourself this year, aren't you?
I am. I didn't know this block was going to be as hard as it is, but it turns out it is very hard. So this is the outer perimeter of it. I think this quilt top is going to be one heck of a quilt top. I think it's going to be my first, or my, no, this will be my second masterpiece because my first masterpiece was my Sugary Dew. Okay, so let me show you what's going to happen now. I'm going to, let me get the picture. I'm just going to kind of squeeze this in here a little bit. Okay, all right. Now, what I need to, where's the white at? Oh, no, I'm using turquoise. Never mind. Now what I got to do is right here in the corners, you'll see me laying it. I'll show it to you in just a second. Somebody's trying to be a pain tonight. All right, I'm going to lay these like this. And remember I said I wanted to do a different color for the background for the center. So it's going to look a little bit different than the outside background. And then we're going to take these. No, these. And then we're going to put one right here. And then the yellow is going to go here. And then we're going to do this upward one here. There'll be something to go in between this, but this all has to get sewn together first. Because we still have two things that's got to go in between all of this. And I'll show you what the center is going to look like also since I already have it pre-cut. Then we're going to put this like this. So remember, these are not sewn together. So there's going to be a slight offage here. And right in the middle will be this. And then there's going to be two of those stitch and flips in between each part of, something's wrong. Yeah, something is wrong. I put that wrong. Oops. This has got to go here, and this is, yeah, I had this wrong. Sorry. Okay, now let's put this in the middle. And then remember that white spot you see is because I have to cut the pieces for that. So that's how part of the center is going to look like. And then I'm going to do, I'll show you the two colors I'm going to do for the two stitch and flips that's going to go in between the center here. So let's sew these first together because they're simple. And then I'll cut the last four pieces that's going to go in between this. I think this block is going to be neat. What do you think? Okay, so let's go ahead and take, I'm just going to take these out and lay them out the way they have to be sewn. And I have something to show you in the book. There's a mistake in the book. But I wouldn't have noticed it had I not been trying to pay attention to how to lay these blocks out. I want to make them go up and down this time. We have a cranky butt in the hallway.
Yeah.
Let's turn that around. I'm going to make these go vertical. Okay, I'm just laying these out because I'm going to sew these next. And then that's just going to leave me getting the other 4 elements made, and then we'll be able to start sewing this block together. There, let's get those done. Okay. I figured you'd like it, Jaja. I like the center too. Very pretty, says Robin. And Jaja says she likes it. There must only be 2 people in here right now. Okay, let's sew these together next.
Well, it says there's 20 people watching.
Oh, then they're lurking.
They're busy.
They're busy sewing probably, or cooking, or doing something. All right, where did all my leaders go to? One of them's on the floor. All right, let's get these these 2 patch blocks done. Could you imagine trying to build that block into a quilt top? You know, just using that block? That would take a while.
Oh, man.
Very intricate.
Yeah.
The biggest fun is making sure everything goes together like it's supposed to when you get all of the quadrants done, you know?
Right. You really have to have a good picture, or at least I do, you know.
Yeah. The layout of the block in the book is pretty no, I'm not talking about the picture, but there's another graphic down below in the book where it shows how the block comes together. And I'm glad they put that there because otherwise I would be probably like, this is too much. Sylvia says, I'm in and out as I care for her. She's caring for her mom. Okay. Glad you're here and hi. Y'all don't forget to hit that thumbs up like button.
Bye, Sylvia.
Let's see how many voted now.
Oh, in and out. Okay.
Oh,
Gotcha.
we have a few votes on this one. Nice. And we'll put this one like this one. I'm trying to make sure. Trying to make sure.
Poll thing yet?
Huh?
Did you do your poll thing?
No, not yet. But I'm going to make sure I do. Right now there is 52 votes on that poll right now. I noticed that the word load It's up to 87%. I've watched it grow over the last couple of hours.
Oh, Nora.
He's so pitiful. She's so funny. Okay, now we're going to sew these rectangles to these two patches. And then we will have, ouch, then we will have these 4 little blocks made. All right, I'm going to let you back in here, but if you start barking, you're getting kicked out again. Bad. Come on.
She's not talking to you.
Dora, come on.
She's not talking to you. What, you don't go downstairs.
Get
I
in your
know you're
bed.
not used to this
Bed.
time change.
Get in your bed. Go on. Bed. Mama doesn't have all day for this. You're distracting me. And I need to get the smudge up.
Oh, that would be hard, Sylvia.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Helen. I'm just putting together 3.5-inch squares, and I'm just going light and dark, light, dark, light, dark. And it's just a variety of fabrics, just a bunch of fabric from what I had in my stash. And I'm making a teal, light blue teal patchwork quilt, and it'll be similar to this. It'll be like this block,
Cool.
only it'll be blue instead of red. This one is actually red and grays.
Nice.
So that is what I'm doing, because I decided to use my stash, try to use up some of my stash this year. And so I'm trying to make a patchwork quilt in all the colors that I like, like more on the solid, like this reds and white, blues and white. I'm going to do a purple and white. I'm probably going to do like a dark blue, like navies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably going to do a green. I know I have some green fabric in my stash, so, and it's kind of a light greens.
When you start your green sewing, let me know and I'll hop on because I have some greens too. And I need to turn into something. And some of it's yard, some of it's back quarters. And that would be a great thing to do is you and maybe I could sew along with you.
Yeah. So, and what I'm doing is I like cut up a bunch of this fabric in these colors, and then I might put it away. And when I feel like cutting fabric again, then I'll go pick the next colorway, purples or whatever, and I'll start cutting that up. And I'm just gonna. The idea is to have these 3.5-inch squares available to sew whenever I just feel like, doing
Yep.
some mindless sewing, because this is a project that you can just,
I think it's a great project.
there's no pattern, but I will tell you this much. Since you asked, this is probably more than you want to know. The red and gray quilt I did was 96 inches square.
Mm-hmm.
And so it used 1,024 squares. So that's how many 3.5-inch squares you will need to make a quilt that is 96 inches square. And that has a lot of loft for a queen size bed, but it'll also fit on a, or it'll fit a king, but mine's a queen. So I have a lot of loft hanging over because that's how I like my quilts. Because I have a husband who pulls the blankets, pulls the quilts, and then I end up with nothing. So it gets tucked part way on my side. So so I still have blankets and quilts and what have you on me. So that's what I'm doing.
That's funny.
Nothing special. Actually, I really like the way it kind of reminds me of just doing like an old-fashioned patchwork quilt, you know, nothing fancy. And I really like that look. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about after I quilt this one, I might tie it too. So I have little ties because I really love the way that looks also. And I think it would make it look even more old-fashioned if I did that. And I'm pretty sure I have the right kind color yarn. I think it would look kind of cool.
Yep, I agree with you.
That's right. Gotta stay warm. It's it's probably partly my fault because losing my blankets or quilts on the bed because I get really hot when I sleep, and so I kick them off. And then he tosses and turns, and so they just get pulled over on his way, you know, in his direction. So by the time I get up in the morning, all I have is maybe a sheet and all the blankets and covers and whatever are all partway on the floor on his side. Yeah, exactly. A project to pick up and put down anytime. And I don't really have to remember where I was or what block I'm on or anything like that. It's just so.
Hang on, I'm cutting a couple pieces of fabric.
Oh, really? That's interesting, Robin. I have a really old quilt that I use all the time that's tied, and you know, they do look kind of frayed. They haven't come undone, but that's a good idea though. Yeah, that's what I thought. It would be a really good way to use up the stash.
Definitely.
And also, I was thinking, now I do have some panels, and I could incorporate panels into this also. So I'm going to go through my panels, and if I can find something that matches this fabric, I might, add some little panel squares in with it.
I think that's a great idea.
Because I have a lot of panels and I need to get those used up too. The other great color would be is pink and whites or pink and yellow or whatever, pink and light green. Um, be real easy quilt to make for breast cancer awareness. these would be really great donation quilts because they're super easy to make. And once you get the fabric cut up, the sewing goes pretty fast. Yes, 16 squares per block. And there's, I think, 32. No, I think there's 32 squares across by 32 squares down. So if you do times that, 32 times 4 gives you 1,024. And that is so there's
Uh-oh.
8. There is 8 16 square blocks across and 8 down. If I did my math right.
Okay. Eight.
Sylvia, I'm also doing one that is multicolored and it's all charm squares from all my charm packs. And I just went and pulled all the charm packs out that kind of matched, that they kind of went together, even if they weren't the same designer or the same maker. They still they played well together, I guess I would say. And so, yeah, I have those too. So those are in here. Like that. Because I wanted to use up some of my charm packs because I have so many charm packs because of the Sew Sampler.
I love how creative all of us are with how we do things with what we have. I think that's so cool.
And I'm not sure what that one's going to measure out yet. I think I started doing some math on it, but I don't know where my notebook is. Anyway, that's, yeah, this art is very creative. You can give the same quilter, or you can give, let me put it this way. 5 different people, all the same fabrics, and every one of them is going to make something different.
Yep. And all of them be as beautiful and fun to look at. And yep.
The other thing I've been thinking about doing is I got a shitload of fat quarters, and thinking about just sewing all of those together, and then they will be the back side of the quilt. And so then I'll have a double-sided quilt.
Yeah. I've been thinking about the fat quarters that I don't know what I want to do with them because I can't figure out what I can match them with. Then we'll sew them all together like and make yardage out of them and use them as backing like you're talking
Yeah, sew them all together.
about. So that makes good sense to me. Um, Robin, I'll go have a look in just a second. I've got these cut. Okay, so these are gonna, just so you wondering what am I doing. Okay, I have 2 more sets of blocks I have to make. And they also have, I have to be mindful of which direction they're going in too, I think. Wait, because I think they're side by side of each other, I believe. I might not have cut enough. This looks like it's only enough for, uh-oh, I didn't. Let me make sure. I needed to cut, how many of these did I need to cut? One.
Well, I need to go make dinner.
Okay. You about to leave?
Yeah, it's after 5 o'clock, so dinner,
Okay.
dinner, dinner.
I didn't cut enough. Oops. Well,
Willa likes the idea of dinner. Hi,
I bet
Willa.
she did. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're always welcome here. You know that.
Look
Um,
forward to seeing your block when you get it done.
yeah,
If
I don't know.
you want to eat,
I
go
don't know
ask
how long
Daddy.
people are going to stick with me tonight. We'll see how long they stick with me because the longer they stick with me, the more I'll stay on task and finish it. You know?
Yeah, as soon as I hang up here, I'll just uh turn you on YouTube and
Okay.
watch while I'm making dinner.
Okay, that sounds like a plan because I'm going to kids. I think I've decided I'm not in pain at the moment, and I really want to finish this block because I need to finish this block instead of pulling it over into Saturday. Because tomorrow I want to work on my dragon fruit stuff. So
Gotcha.
thank you for coming in.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good
All
to
right,
see you.
everybody. You take care. Nice to see everyone. And I'll see you next time. Bye, Katie.
Yep. See you later. Bye.
Toodles.
Sylvia says dinner here too. Jaja says dinner. Um, but she said Sylvia says she has to get home first. Oh, and let me go to the email to fetch Robin's next picture. Oh, there are 8 boxes of 3/4. Oh, the pic. Wow. Nora, stop. I need to get that other email. Okay, there's this one. Download this one. That looks good. Okay, let me leave that on the screen. No, I'm going to download it and show it from my download box. Okay, now I can go to downloads. Jean, are you leaving? Because I'm still going to stick around for a bit longer. I'm going to share the screen. We're going to go back to this screen again. And we're going to just, all right. Okay, so Robin sent me a couple more pictures. So this is the first one she sent of her hexies. Come on. And this is 8 boxes of hexies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That looks like 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There must be something different on the bottom then. Anyway, those are a lot of hexagons. And then the next one is this picture she sent of her working on what she's working on. And then this is more work she's worked on. This I'm enjoying what you're sharing with us, Robin. So those are what she's done so far. She is coming along. Okay, let me move that window out of the way. It does. It's amazing what she's doing. 1, 2, I need to cut 2 more of these after I realign these again. All right, now we have the right amount on here. Okay. Now I need to draw lines. Let's see, we need to have 1, 2. And we'll set these aside. I'm going to pull 4 of these. All right, so what I got to do is I'm going to have to put stitch and flips on, or do stitch and flips on these also. And they have to be, so what I'm going to do is first I'm going to line these up so I'll know which, yeah, let's do that. All right. I'll put one on here. I'm just going to sit them next to each other. All right. So we want to, I'm trying to look at this book and see how they've got it laid out. So I want to take this one. And we're going to put this next to this. And then we're going to take this pink and it's going to go this way. And then we add the turquoise. And then on the next one, it's going to be the turquoise. Just like that, with the this on here. And then this is going to be the pink. Just like this. I'm not sure why they want you to lay it out like that, but that's the way it's laid out. Although it makes me want to switch it around like this. But we will leave it. I might change my I might change my mind on this. So we'll have to wait and see. It may have something to do with where these yellow blocks are at. This is a yellow block here. A yellow. There's a yellow here and a yellow here. Maybe this is how they're wanting it to look. Right there. Yeah. Okay, but we got to get the stitch and flips on it. So I'm going to move these up here out of my way a little bit. And I know this is taking me a while to do this. I'm so sorry. But it's a learning process for me to be doing this particular block because it's very interesting and it's very intricate. So there's that. So let's get these diagonal lines drawn. Thank you for sharing your pictures, Robin, I really appreciate it. And I can't wait to put them on the Facebook group and on the community tab so others can see your beautiful work. All right, so we've got 1 for that. y'all still with me? Okay, good, good. So let me see, what can we talk about? So, since Christmas is approaching, tell me in the channel what each one of you would like to receive for Christmas, or if you've not even given that any thought. Anyone know what they want for Christmas? Even if it's a dream of having something for Christmas? What do you want? Is all I want. Okay, now I got the stitching flips. Now I got to make sure these get turned the way they're supposed to be turned. I'll get my little book out again. Denise says, have y'all heard the AI generated song, Walk My Walk? I listened to a little bit of it, but I'm not a country singer, a country Western music fan, so. But yeah, I listened to some of it. Wrong genre. It sounds like country music, though. Definitely does. Okay. Time to change my sewing machine foot. We got to go back to the up. All right. I can't remember if somebody was talking about it in their live or if I stumbled upon it because of some discussion from another YouTuber that I was watching. They were talking about AI and how us older folks should not be afraid of it. Y'all just says she will look it up. The song's only been out for a few days and now it's in the top Billboard charts. I think that has a lot of rhythm. I don't know why they're putting it in the Billboard charts to begin with since it's not human made. Is that how we're going to be listening to music in the future? Is computer generated music instead of it done by hard work human beings? Robin says she's back. She got a call. I shared your pictures of what you sent to me so far. You are coming along with that project. 8 bins, man. That's a lot of octagon, hexagon. Sorry. Denise says I am too old for actual gifts. I like help with things I can't do. Okay. There's nothing that you want for yourself. I want a sewing machine. Is what I want. Another sewing machine is what I want. Meaning, you know what I mean. I want an M8, but we're gonna have to wait a while for that. Inflation has driven the price of sewing machines way up. Yeah, I want a fancy machine too, says Jaja. Yeah, if I got the M8, it's got a longer neck on it, and I definitely think I could quilt with it better. Especially if I found me a cutie frame to sit it on. It has stitch regulators built into the machine itself, so that's what makes it so good. Jaja says, I have a little brother projected runway from Walmart, but I bought it off Facebook for 80 bucks. Did you see my hexagon quilt? Wait a minute. Hang on, let me go look at the email again, because is it a finished quilt, Robin? Because if it is, that didn't come in the email yet. That's not the browser I want. Go away. The last picture I got was of the same hexagon grouping you're working on right now. There's no quilt. It's the next one is 24,000 half inch. Oh, wow. Is the half inch easier to work? No, that's smaller. 24,000. Wow. Robin, check your email because I didn't get the one where the quilt itself. If you sent a quilt. Okay. Now then, what I want to do is we're going to trim all of these. Trim, 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 more trimming. It was stuck in my box. I resent it. Okay, I'll go look again because I didn't think I had gotten what you were talking about. Just hang on one second. I will look in just a minute. Jaja says, I'll be right back. I have to take the dog out. Okay. And then Denise says, just think, children are being born now that won't handle a penny coin. Yep. One of the coins that was being used here in Greenland got dissolved. I think it was the 25-cent one or something. Yeah, it's the 25-cent one. They have done away with it now, which is equals out to be like a quarter of a penny. And then I saw something about they're going to be putting out newly minted. I think it was. I want to say it's 1,000 kroner bills, and they was telling everybody if you're sitting on a bunch of 1,000 kroner bills, you might want to cash them in because they are going to be stopped, and if you don't turn them in before a certain time frame, you will not get. They won't be worth anything at all. Okay, now let me get this laid back out so we can start sewing this together. Okay, because these are going to be in the. I really should think. Yeah, let me go put the iron to these. They need to lay down better. It's because they're so small. Sorry, it's taking me a couple minutes because I had to wait on the iron. He decided he wanted to go into sleep mode. Oh, now it's really hot. Okay, now let me go check the email for Robin. How much are those worth? I don't know. You mean 1,000 kroner bill? It is worth, while I'm bringing up an email, I'll answer that question. $1,000 kroners is worth 155 US dollars, and that's because the US dollar's down right now. Now is a great time for me to spend money if I had it in the United States. That is. Oh, wow. I know y'all are like, what is she seeing that's so well? Hang on, I'm going to show you. Where is your pain level? I'm sitting at a 5. I'm getting tired. Um, okay, now I want to share the screen again, but hang on a second. I gotta go find those 2 new pictures. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen again. Hey, Robin, there looks like there's 9 totes. If I go down here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the one on the top is all your diamonds, right? That you've already put together. And then this is the quilt that she's talking about. Look at this, y'all. Really? Can you please just go to the next picture? Uh-oh. Ooh, that. Check it out, y'all. Wow, that is fantastic. I'm trying to get this adjusted to the right size, and it's giving me a hard time. Wow. Robin, that's beautiful. That is outstanding. Did everybody see it? That one is 1/2 inch. The top is done. Okay, gotcha. Wow. That's beautiful, Robin. Totally. How many hour or how long did it take you to make this? Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Jaja, that was Robin's quilt, hexagon quilt. She sent me an email with the picture so that y'all can see. Well, so this last one with the actual quilt, she just said in the channel that it's 1/2 inch hexagons. I have these turned the wrong friggin' directions. No, these were right. Okay. All right. So this is going to kind of look like a star. Look at that. That is interesting. Okay. Now I got to sew these together, and then we will add that to the block, or so you can see it. Talk about looking interesting with those hashtags. Rita says, Grumble, what I can see of that is, wow, no words to express that quilt. Wow. I know, right? That is talent at its finest. Fantastic. I'm not supposed to be doing that, darn it. It's beautiful, Robin. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'll make sure I get them shared on both of my platforms. That one is the pattern I got to do. I will start that one. Oh, you have to do it. You haven't done it yet. Oh, got you. Did I get that right that you haven't done it yet, or you have done it? Let us know, because I thought you hadn't done it. Done it, done it, done it. Oops, I went and done it. Denise is asking, is that a quilt she plans to do or one she's already done? Wait till you see this layout of this block. Because now I think I've got pretty much all the quadrants that needed to be done now. Now it's going to be a matter of just sewing everything together. The lady standing on the side of the picture is who I bought the pattern from there. There are 24 hexes in that. Wow. is a lot of pieces. Okay, let's go over to the iron and press these. Okay, now I'll bring this board back to you guys. And we're going to add this on here, which means I probably should have had these spread out more than likely anyway. Well, I don't know, something. Okay, so these are going to go in here. Right now they don't look right, of course. Oh, and that's turned the wrong direction too. Oops. Yeah, let me move some of this to the side. I'm going to move this out a little bit so I can work with this. And maybe move this more this direction. Okay. Because I'm not accounting for the 1/4 inch seam allowance here by the way I'm laying it out. All right, so these are going to go in between these. I'm just going to move these down so you can get a generalized idea of how this is supposed to look. So this is creating a secondary star smack dab in the middle of this block. Wow. And that picture doesn't even really show that. So just remember, I still have a lot of sewing to do. I haven't sewn any of these quadrants together. But this is the generalized idea how this block is going to look. Something's missing. Now all I gotta do is sew all these zillion pieces together. Robin says that's beautiful. Thank you. I think this is going to be an extraordinary block when I get it all sewn together. So here's what the plan. I think what I'm going to do. Let me see what time it is because I've been on since 7:30 my time. 8:30, 10:30. I've been on 4 hours. Okay, here's my plan. I am going to go offline. I will sew all of this together, but before tomorrow. It's live, and then I will show the block at the beginning of the live tomorrow. For those that didn't see last week's finished block, here is, oh Laura, sorry. Here is last week's finished block. This was from last week. So these are getting more interesting. Katie, a quick question, asked Rita. Sure, ask me. I feel like I'm going to have a blowout in pain if I don't stop soon. Go ahead, Rita, ask the question. Robin says, awesome, Katie. And it's getting close to take medicine. Looks, yeah, it's like I'm waiting on Rita to ask her questions. Is it my eyes of the design of the block, or are the tulip pieces supposed to touch or have, huh? There's no tulips in this. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Are they supposed to touch or have a spade? Have a spade? You mean touch the green? You talking about here? Is this where you're talking about, Rita? They do look like a tulip. I have, if you're talking about that space up there, it's just because I have to, none of this is sewn together yet. There's quadrants. There's a bunch of quadrants here. Like this is one piece. See? This is another piece. And then this is, yeah. Then there's another piece. And then there's pieces within this. And none of them, this is not sewn together in here, all the pieces. So yeah, it's going to look weird. Let me see if I can lay it out where you can see it better. I don't think so because this board is not wide. It's not wide enough this way. It's long enough. It's just not wide enough due to this is a handmade design board. So let me fix it where I split it apart so you can see it better. Okay, I need to kind of scooch everything up a little bit so I can move things down a little bit. Let's move you down a little bit because we need space. Scooch everything around where we can show it better, where it's all the individual pieces and how they're all going to come together. Give me a minute to fix that. Hang on a second. 1 minute, please. All right. Now, let me put this down here. It's still going to be crowded. It's very crowded on here because the board is just, I need another board. Okay, this will help solve that problem. Hold on a minute. I know I don't have to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just so you can see the layout. Robin, you're leaving? Ow. Thank you for sharing all your pictures, and I'll get them up as soon as I can, okay? I keep hitting my knee on my desk, and it hurts every time I do that. Thank you for coming, Robin. And this is going to go on this corner, this corner, this corner. Rita, I hope this helps so you can see the whole layout. And then we have all of these smaller pieces in between, because right now there's lots of small pieces that still has to be sewn after I sewed lots of small pieces. And then this goes right in the middle. There you go. Does that look better? So you can see it better? Let me make sure everything's on here, and I'll put it in front of the bigger camera. No, don't be sorry. It's okay. I knew that other design board wasn't big enough. So now you can see the total layout before I start sewing all these pieces together. And I have a shadow for my camera, looks like. Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh, there we go. Y'all like it? I didn't realize there was a star in the inside of this block. Did you guys? Because when you're looking at here, let me show you the picture in the book. It really doesn't look like a star when you're looking at this one. Well, it kind of does, but so there's their version. Here's my version. Rita says that is nice. I just got to get it all sewn together now. So yeah. So I'll work on that, and hopefully I'll have it all sewn together so that I can show it to you tomorrow night. Okay. Thank you, everyone. There is a star. Yeah, there is. I see it now. Just not as prominent as what mine's looking like. Mine looks different because I use different colors. Yeah. Anyhow, tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon, y'all's time, I will be working on my dragon fruit. I will show you this block, or I may even wait. Okay, I may wait and sew this on tomorrow's live at the beginning of the live and then transfer on over to my dragon fruit because that's what I did last week with that other block. And then Sunday, we will have the mental health live that starts at 4:30. And I need to call my sissy and find out how she's doing and see if she plans on coming because I haven't heard from her since her mom passed away. So that's why you've not seen Myra up on the live with me because her mother passed away over a week ago. And I think they had their funeral on Wednesday. So yeah, so remember tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, Sunday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time will be 2 more lives. All right. Thank you everyone for coming on my live tonight. Remember to one more thing. I always forget this. Let's hurry up and cover this poll real quick. What is the modern equivalent of the word burden? Burden. Yeah. 9% voted on story, 87% voted on load, 2% voted on song, and 2% voted on secret, and that was out of 53 votes, and the answer is load. Thank you everyone, and I'm going Rita. That's the plan. Remember everyone, live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with that? You make something beautiful. Good night everyone, and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow.